right, Meow. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've been having a great day. Happy Mother's Day. If your mother isn't in your life, I hope you had a great Sunday and that things are going well, or, you know, at least as well as they can. We are picking up where we left off yesterday. We had made it to Koga in Pokemon Infinite Infusion Remix Mode. Remix Mode changes the typings of the gym. Koga is a dark gym. Sabrina is a fairy gym. Blaine is a psychic gym. I don't know what Giovanni has in the final gym, but it's probably not ground. In order to fight Sabrina, we have to clear out Silphco, and you have to do a full clear of it. Whereas in other Pokemon games, you can go to one floor to get the card, the second floor to use the card, beat Rival, beat Giovanni, and leave. So the bulk of today's stream is going to be beating Koga right now. We have to level up and train 3 teams because we need a team for the Rival fight, we need a team for Giovanni, and we need a team for Sabrina. Let's get the stream plugged, and then we're gonna send it. I did order a new mic. It'll be here by Thursday. I'm hoping it works outside the box, and if it doesn't, I have at least one friend that can help me with it. So ideally, we'll not be sounding like a blender, and it will be lit. I went with a Fine K688, relatively well priced, not $500. Lots of features. My current mic I've been using for about a decade. I am hoping mics have come a long way since then. I'm not worried about the Koga fight. I have 2 Pokemon Wonder Guard. Wonder Guard means a Pokemon can only be damaged by super effective. So Dark Ghost is only able to be hit by Fairy. And because he only has 1 Pokemon with Fairy moves, once that Pokemon is gone, it's free real estate. And now that I have access to Wonder Guard, pretty much every single big boss fight, I'm going to have 1, if not 2 Wonder Guard mons at all times. It's a bit harder to do for like random trainers because I don't know what they have, which means I won't be able to play around. Oh, I can't be in here because they have this, you know? So let's look at what we're up against. Koga has 2 Hyper Potion, 1 Revive, a Golisopod Greninja, First Impression, Razor Shell, Shadow Sneak, Acrobatics. Jay, hope you're doing well. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for stopping by. We're about to fight Koga, Pokemon Infinite Infusion. Koga is a dark gym. He has a Bug Dark fusion of Golisopod and Greninja. He has a Ghost Dark fusion of Mimikyu and Zoroark. Okay. Let me see what I can do about that. Okay, how is that? They have a Weezeron. Weezeron is an Umbreon Weezing with Levitate. Thank you. Pet, great job at beating Outer Worlds. Thank you. And thank you indeed. I'll get you a shout out momentarily, Pet. And then the last mon is an Electivire Honchkrow, Dark Electric. We have a ground type specifically for the Honchfire. Oh, you did? Awesome. I'm glad that it worked out and your efforts paid off. I may get Outer Worlds on the summer sale. The last time I looked at Outer Worlds, it was either very positive or mostly positive. Check out Pet the Goat. Variety Gaming, friend of the stream, has an adorable cat named Fred who has their own dedicated camera. Yeah, you may as well wait for it to go on sale. Paying full price, especially in this economy, is a fucking scam. She just beat Outer Worlds, and I know her through Detroit Dubs. Make sure to check her out. So, we're gonna rely on Pokemon with Wonder Guard to get around everything, and we only have to worry about the Mimiarch because it's the only Pokemon that has a fairy move. Understood. Thank you for your lurk. Enjoy your food, my friend. So, Koga, let's give you the business. We want Zoroinja. That's one of 2 Wonder Guard Pokemon. We want Paw Ninja. And then we want... Actually, wait, do we? No, we don't want Paw Ninja. We want Zoroinja, Ninetales, Magnezone because Flash Fire, and then we want Burt, aka Swampert. Swampert is there for the Haunch Fire because Ground is immune to Electric. Ground is immune to, what's it called? T-Wave. Alright, so Gold Ninja has nothing it can hit us with. We're gonna start setting up. Yes, Pokemon. I've beaten Radical Red and Emerald Imperium. 18 monotypes in each. They have a lot of quality of life. They are difficult. I've beaten a Nuzlocke of a Vanilla plus ROM hack, Mega Moemon. I've played some Pokerogue. I've beaten Infusion before, but this is the first time I've streamed it. That's fine. Eat your berry. I was hoping that would kill. Okay, Haunch Fire. This is likely going to be T-Wave. So we are gonna go Swampert. Oh, it's Zorayork. I forgot about Illusion. We are going to go Rock Slide. So this has Play Rough. We're gonna go Magnezone. Magnezone Ninetales with Flash Fire. We're gonna go T-Wave. Beautiful. We are going to switch back into Zoroinja. That's fine. We're gonna set up again. This is not Haunch Fire. This is Play Rough. We're gonna go into Magnetales. It U-turns out into Gold Ninja again. We're gonna Flamethrower. This is the real Haunch Fire. We go into Swampert. We eat our berry. We go Dig. That crit mattered. It also has Moxie now, but Burn cuts attack in half. Of course, this is a problem. these are on, we are gonna go U-turn. We're gonna U-turn again. So I messed up because you're allowed to have 4 Pokemon and I only grabbed 3. So that is user error. Let's get this back to where it was. Surely, second time will be the charm. I hate that I have to do it each time. The game doesn't remember the size of the window, but that's okay. I'm hoping that the second one, whenever Infinite Infusion 2 comes out, will be better with all the quality of life of Radical Red and Emerald Imperium. Things like Infinite Repel, Infinite Healing outside of battle, etc. Let's do this right. So it's Zoro Ninja, Paw Ninja, Ninetales, and Swampert. Those are the quality of life in Rad Red. The quality of life that's in this is you can get certain moves earlier thanks to the second floor of a Poké Center. There are more Pokemon available. You can choose your starter more or less. There's over 500 Pokemon in this game. It's post special split. Prior to post special split, every single evolution and dragon was special. Every other type was physical. We're gonna hone claws until we can ideally one-shot. I think that was 4, 5. It doesn't one-shot. This is play rough. We go into Magnetails. It's a flash fire, steel fire, and because there's no ground, we don't have to worry. We're gonna flamethrower. We're gonna want to swap out because we are -1 defense. This is probably T-Wave. We are gonna go into Swampert. We are going to dig. Nice. This is a Umbreon Weezing with Black Sludge Levitate. I don't know what it's going to go for, so we are going to switch into Magnetails. Beautiful. We are going to T-Wave. Because it has Sucker Punch, it wants to click that. If we do status moves, Sucker Punch fails because status moves are not attacks. I think this will be enough. It was not enough. We are going to go into Swampert. No problem, Jay. Thank you for stopping by. I'm grateful that you gave me a follow and you could hang out on this fine Sunday. That's fine. We had to burn his hyper potions. We do die to Destiny Bond. Unfortunate. We're gonna go in with Zoro Ninja. And we're gonna start setting up. It can't hit me. Wonder Garden means it can only be hit by super effective because we are Dark Ghosts. The only thing that can hit us is Fairy, and the only Pokemon they had with Fairy is dead. Koga, suck a dick. I think the new level cap is 45. We will edit it. And now we need to go make a team for Silphco. It's a giant building of the company Sylph Corporation. And Team Rocket is basically pulling a Die Hard and keeping the head hostage. Okay, we're gonna take a look at what our rival has in Silphco, and we'll make a team that can beat that. We have to beat Rival, we have to beat Giovanni 2, and then we have to make a team for Sabrina as well. Okay, so Rival has a Seadra Slagoo Water Dragon with Sap Sipper. We either want to use Dragon or Fairy. Realistically, we use Fairy because Fairy is immune to Dragon. Whimsarray, Electric Grass. We can go Fire. We can go Bug. We can go Poison. Reuniclus Espion. We want to go Dark Something because it's Psychic, Shadow Ball Hyper Voice, and Morning Sun. Deldash, Delmise Rapidash, Ghost Fire. And then it looks like a Ninyard, which is quad weak to fire with a Focus Sash. And then Manblim, Mankey, Driplim. So we're gonna rely on Shed Ninja. Who are we worried about in this fight the most? I can see the Manblim being annoying because Unburden means double speed after its item is consumed. And Acro does double damage if you have no item. Ninyard, we can kill it in 2 hits. The Focus Sash is going to be annoying. So when I think about this, we want Fairy something for Seagoo, Poison, Bug, or Fire for Whimsarray, Dark for Reunion, Rock, Water, Ghost, Dark, Ground for Deldash, Electric, Ice, Fairy for Manblim, oh, and Psychic, and then Fire for Ninyard. So when I think about Wonder Guard, what do we think? They have no fairy moves, so we are 100% going to use one Dark Ghost. We're going to have Fairy something for Seagoo. Part of me does want to go Poison for the Whimsarray, but Poison loses to Psychic. We could do Poison Dark. Do they have any ground moves? Manblim has a ground move, so we do have to consider that. Let me see if I can get a Weezing yet. If I can get a Weezing, we can go Dark, Poison, Levitate, and we'll have no weakness. Okay. Celadon sewers. We can get a wheezing. So we are gonna go to the sewers and get ourselves a wheezing, or, you know, a coughing. Let's put Arcanine and Swampert away. We have to have a flyer with us so we can fly. Sabrina is a fairy gym, mostly fairy, with some fairy steel and fairy fire. We're gonna get a lot of value out of flash fire there again. Oh wait, Burb doesn't have fly. Burb is set up for actual combat, so it's not an HM friend. It's our other Talonflame that has it. Okay. Once we beat Sabrina, we'll have access to Surf, and that means we'll be able to grab Umbreon and many other Pokemon. We want to see an Umbreon. Not Umbreon, Weezing. That also means I need a, what's it called? I need my Butterfree, so we can put her to sleep and catch. Since Pokeballs do not have a 100% catch rate in this, unlike Radical Red, where you could turn on Easy Catch, which I would use unless I was doing a Nuzlocke. Compound Eyes Sleep Powder, great Pokemon for catching things. All we need to see is either a wheezing or a coughing. We already have a Magikarp, so we don't need that. Let's also lead with someone who's better suited. There we go. There we go. Poison resists bug, but it could still kill due to level gap. Never mind. So we'll put her to sleep first. That way it can't do that. This is a Porygon Bibarel. We don't need a... We already have a Porygon and we already have a Bibarel. We already have a Grimer. This is a Totodile Grimer. No, not Totodile. Sandile. We already have a Magnemite. They also made it so Pokemon that need magnet stuff, like Nosepass and Magnezone, they invented a Magnet Stone. They also made Tradivos evolve at like level 40 instead of having to do link cable shenanigans. So I can now have a Gengar. Now the level cap is at least 40 and change. Wheezing / coughing may be the rare encounter. That's Moxie. We wanted, if we want a Sandile, we want Intimidate. because it lowers their attack by 1 stage, which is like 30% or something. We'll catch this and we can unfuse it. That way we have a coughing. I think in this, coughing / wheezing only have levitate. Let's see if we can escape rope out of here. I don't want to have to walk all the way back. Nope, never mind. We're gonna also have to turn on the super repel so we can get out unfettered. There we go. I'm not very good at puzzles. I think I have to turn on the water. Yeah, I think so. Because teleport doesn't work in dungeons either. No, wrong way. Wrong way. There we go. All right. So we'll unfuse the trub thing to get a coughing. We'll then fuse coughing with a dark type. We'll have levitate. That'll be our answer for at least one of Rival's Pokemon. No, let's fly back to here for super splicers. Splicers are what let you fuse or unfuse Pokemon. When you fuse and unfuse a Pokemon, they lose levels. So a super splicer helps offset that weakness. We'll keep the coughing. Now let me look at coughing. Not a terrible nature, but realistically, since we're slow, we would want it to be like speed down. So who are we fusing this with? A dark type, right? Yes. Ideally a dark type that has a better nature, so we're not completely screwed on the fusion. Ads in about 10 seconds. Grab a drink, grab a snack, do some stretching. We're running 3 minutes of ads to keep pre-rolls off for new friends coming in. I will see you all soon. We'll look at Palace Cats when we come out. Happy Sunday fun day, and see you all soon, my friends. All right, Meow, we're back. This is Lotus of Flower 5 fame. Welcome back, pet. W Dumpies. How was food? And what was food? Right now, I'm currently trying to find a dark Pokemon that will synergize well with, what's it called? With the Weezing. All the dark types I have currently, with the exception of Sableye and Pawniard, are glass cannons. Pawniard and Sableye have very low BST, so I don't really want to use them IMO. Let me pull this up on the other screen. Lotus lives at the Saitama Children's Zoo in Japan with his sister Oliva in a separate enclosure, and Otto, the daughter of Nar and Az, moved there within the past year, and they rotate who's in the enclosure. We don't see Lotus as much. We were looking at him yesterday. I like this picture of him. He's sprawled out flat in some leaves. He looks a little concerned. Cute pink snoot. Big old healthy whisker subsystem. He's a very adorable boy. And he's 9. Let's keep looking. Okay, T-Tar we won't have access to because it evolves way later than current level cap. Spiritomb. We can't get Spiritomb yet. Absol we cannot get yet. Sadly, Bisharp evolves way too late, so we won't be able to use Bisharp either. That is fair, pet. What did you end up getting for food? Here's another one of our boy Lotus. Cute little nose. Dent in the top of the head. Very much Flower 5. Very much breadhead. Super adorable. Circular pupils. We love our palace cats around here. I'm still seeing what else I need for dark. Okay, so there is a world where we go Crocodile. Let's take a look. Crocodile's faster, but still pretty squishy. I'm gonna check to see if we even have a Sandile. We might not. Sharpedo suffers from a similar issue, i.e. pretty squishy. Greninja, we don't even have a Greninja, so it doesn't matter. We don't have access to Scrafty. We don't have access to Nuzleaf. We don't have access to Crawdon. Okay. Bacon, egg, croissant, 2 pizza. Did you get a tasty beverage to wash it down? So yeah, let's see if we have a Sandile. So I am curious. I might have a Sandile. I do not. Okay. Let me pull up that again and see where Sandile was. Safari Zone A5. That can work. We can look for it real quick in the Safari Zone. Nice. We love a jug of water Hydration is important because cleanliness is next to godliness. We also saw a, what's it called? A Butterfree. Not a Butterfree, a Sandile in the sewers. So that's probably going to be easier than going all the way to Safari Zone, you know? Let's see. Because then I have to navigate my way out of the Safari Zone. And there's the whole, you know, timer. So it's not great. All we need to see is a Sandile fusion, and we can grab Sandile. And then we'll unfuse it. Oh yeah, we need to lead with Butterfree, because that's our Pokemon that catches things. We could use Carvana, but Sharpedo is way too squishy for me to want to use that. Beedile. Wait. No. This is Totodile. Yeah, timers do as well. It's steps or total amount of balls. And you have to get lucky with the bait, rock, or throwing. So I'd rather do it here. We don't have a Delmise yet, so there might be something to this. Oh, right, because it's grass. We can't put her to sleep. Let's see if we can get a Delmise now. Thankfully, that was quad resisted. Okay, nice. We didn't need it, but we didn't have a Delmise yet. Let's see what we have for options. This is the most different, so we're gonna take it. We may as well heal while we're here. We're not in combat. All we need to see is a Sandile. Then we can fuse Sandile, and we can fuse what's-his-face? Weezing. That'll be one of our answers to a rival Pokemon. Then we need 5 more Pokemon. And yeah, Delmise does look pretty cool. I do not like how Bruxish looks, but this Bruxish looks less bad than the normal one, which looks like a racist caricature from the early 1900s, late 1800s. I kind of like that. It's a rainbow fish. Okay, that looks pretty sweet. Of course, the one time I actually need the Sandile, it doesn't want to show up. I'm trying to bait it by, you know, squeaky wheel gets the grease. Delvana? That's interesting. I don't hate it. If it doesn't want to show up, I'll settle for the Sharpedo. Or not. Sharpedo is a glass cannon. I mean, what's it called? Crocodile? Not Crocodile. Crocodile is still a bit of one as well, but I think it technically has better defense. When does it evolve? I think it said 29. Let's look. $30. Okay. Also, Crocodile has a higher BST, which is another reason why I wanted it. But I think this will get the job done for what we need it to do. I like this one. It looks like they're smiling. Okay. So yeah, we'll have... I did find a trainer we can grind on, phrasing, and for the most part, 2 out of 3 of their Pokemon cannot hit us, which will make it really easy to level up the Pokemon we need. Let's see. So we need Coughing. We need Carvana. Let me also look at the nature. That is a terrible nature. We have to go back and get a different one. And we'll suck it up. Okay, what else do we need for rival? Okay, so rival for Ninyard, literally anything fire. Manblim, that's gonna be the Weezing Sharpedo combo. Deldash, we don't want Rock because Giga Drain. We don't want Rock because Steel. If we go ground, we would go ground and something that won't struggle against Giga Drain. We could go ground Poison, but then we struggle against Psychic. We could go ground Dark, but then we struggle against Giga Drain still. We wouldn't want to go Ice, because Fire, Rock, Steel. I don't think we go ground. Let's see. For the reunion, it'll be Dark something, because it has nothing that can hurt us. Whims Array. This is probably Poison. Or Bug. The Fire makes me a little scared of going Bug. Okay. So let's start working on what we have. Let's bring... We needed 2 Pokemon to do this, because we need this as a backup if the other one has Wonder Guard. Not Wonder Guard, Mold Breaker, which would bypass Wonder Guard. They don't have any ground moves. I think we made this work. And then we want to go Lucky Egg for more XP. That nature needs to be different, but I can't change it. Not until later. We're gonna save in case this team doesn't have the sauce. That's fine. Beautiful. We don't need haze. At least we'll see quickly what the new level cap is. Ice Fang, I don't like that it can miss, but it might be useful to have for coverage. In case you can't figure out the fusion, this is a Magneton and a Ninetales. We can't get Magnezone because it requires a Magnet Stone, which is only accessible after Sabrina, because even though you get Surf from Safari Zone, you have to be Sabrina to use it outside of battle. This is a Jinx and a Rampardos. It can have Mold Breaker, which ignores abilities like Levitate, Water Absorb, Wonder Guard, etc. I think the level cap is 45. McPlumber1, thank you for the first time message. Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday Fun Day. Happy Mother's Day if that's relevant. What are you up to and how are you doing? There are a lot of sprites that are nightmare fuel. We are past Koga in remix mode. We have a rival fight, Giovanni 2 and Sabrina. You have to full clear Silphco in this, so it's gonna take the bulk of things and such. I'm glad to hear you're well. For the most part, I'm doing well. Once we beat remix mode, we'll be playing other games. If you haven't caught my streams, I've beaten Radical Red and Emerald Imperium. Difficulty ROM hacks for Fire Red and Emerald. All 18 monotypes and a hardcore run of Rad Red. What have you been playing, McPlumber? Let's see. We are slow, so there's value to this, I think. We don't know what Giovanni has off the top of my head. Sabrina is fairy, though. Oh, right. I didn't remember if you had a 1 next to your name, so I thought maybe this was an alt. But Roguemon and Kaizo, hell yeah. I hope you've been enjoying the Rocket League off stream. I will get you a shout out real quick. Check out McPlumber1, friend of the stream, primarily Roguemon and Kaizo Ironmon, aka you have one Pokemon, everything about it is randomized, and you have to beat the entire game with it. Lots of RNG. There's a reason why Kaizo Ironmon, on average, takes thousands of seeds in order to win. Make sure to check them out. And no problem, friend. Let's see. This is going to be a coughing Sharpedo fusion. Dark poison with levitate. And it's specifically for one of the Pokemon that Rival has. Once we have Surf, we can get an Umbreon from Celadon, and we'll use that as it's a better synergy for tanky fusions. I don't need Discharge, but we can always get it later if we have to. There isn't nearly as much quality of life in this compared to, say, Rad Red or Emerald Imperium. However, the fusions are the bulk of the content, and that's one of the reasons why I'm playing it on stream. I've beaten it before, but I've never streamed it. Ideally, by the end of next week's stream, we'll be able to wrap up Infinite Fusion. Beautiful. This might be level cap. Yes, I do see that now. The tiny dot that would be her pupil in a very wide eyeball. Poor thing. We're out of that. Whoops. Here's hoping Flamethrower does enough. It does. Beautiful. So it does look like level cap's indeed 45. I initially wanted to get a Crocodile instead because it has a higher BST than Sharpedo, but Crocodile didn't want to show up, so we're using Sharpedo instead. Let's find one we like. I like this one. He's gonna do a big old nom. No. Something cool that they did add in the upper floor of Poke Centers, there's a gentleman for $1,000. You can teach a Pokemon the moves it could learn, and that's important because if you fuse two Pokemon, even after you unfuse them, that Pokemon will have access to the moves that the other Pokemon could have. So there's a lot of potential for, like, oh, I want my Charizard to have a move that it normally wouldn't get. Let me fuse it with a Pokemon that gets that move. I like that Night Slash is high crit ratio. Assurance is good in doubles. From what I can tell, the move pool in this is mostly based on Gen 7. There's a world where maybe we go Focus Energy. Probably not, though. Let's see what Coughing could learn. No. I did like E-Sense. I wasn't running E-Sense because Koga is a dark gym. But for Silphco, we might ditch T-Wave and grab E-Sense just for wider coverage. We also have Rachel. It's a Doublade Mimikyu. We sadly don't have access to all the Evo stones. Things like Dusk, Dawn, Shiny are gated by the Goldenrod apartment store, and I don't know when I get that. So it's going to be a minute till I can get certain Evos. I do believe most trade Evos, instead of trading, they evolve at level 40. I forgot the heal. This is awkward. We will have access to Umbreon after we beat Sabrina, because there's a patch of grass in Celadon that you need to surf to. I have a friend who loves Umbreon, so I already told him that I would be using an Umbreon Shed Ninja with Wonder Guard, so it would be Ghost Dark and only able to be hit by Fairy. I have some plushies. I have a Belly Bolt. I have a Dedenne. And I have a Dragonite. Yes, when I beat Remix mode for the first time, I used a Steel Bug Wonder Guard and a normal Ghost Wonder Guard because the Wikipedia tells you what the bosses have. It makes it very easy to pilot around their movesets. We haven't had setup yet. We are going to nix Shadow Claw because I like priority. I don't need Power Trick. I was initially leveling up Pokemon against this trainer, but I had to have the Mimikyu Doublade because Mold Breaker bypasses Wonder Guard. But only sometimes did the Jin Pardos have Mold Breaker. A lot of Gardevoir fusions look amazing. Things like Pinsir, they're nightmare fuel. I think we still outspeed and kill. Beautiful. Oh, does it? That is very good to hear. Okay, so we're probably going to keep Gyro Ball for now, since Sharpedo is relatively fast. I don't think Gyro Ball is going to come out ahead. It'll probably end up being Sludge Bomb, a move from Sharpedo, and then coverage. I mean, that is possible. I haven't looked at all the fusions. There's a lot of fusions. Some of them are really good. Some of them, not so much. Let's go back and heal. Also, some Pokemon have many fusions. Other fusions have many sprites. Other ones have only one. Crimson ST1, hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. We are currently playing Infinite Fusion. We are grinding up Pokemon that we're going to be using against the rival fight. Remix mode changes the typings of gyms. So Koga is Dark, Blaine is Psychic, Sabrina is Fairy. Okay, Fire Fairy. Sabrina has a Maw-Isle Torkoal that is Fire Fairy with Drought, and then it has Rain Dance, Weather Ball, Sucker Punch, and something else. I haven't needed to do Fire Fairy yet, but I imagine at some point I will be doing a Fire Fairy Pokemon. In Radical Red and Emerald Imperium, Galarian Rapidash is Fire Fairy, and it's quite good. Yes, that Torkoal is going to be a problem. I'm going to have to hit it on the special side, and because I am worried about fire, whatever I use against it is probably going to be Fire something with Flash Fire, and then a typing that would either resist or be super effective against it while not having to worry about the Sucker Punch. Crimson, how are you doing? What are you doing? I hope you've been having a great Sunday, and once again, thank you for stopping by. Okay, that would be interesting. It is a shame that it's not real. I think the first time I ever saw Fire Fairy, it was a fake mon in the fan game Pokemon Insurgents. It was a Delta Chandelure Fire Fairy, and I think it was like Levitate, Flash Fire, and Flame Body. I haven't got into Champions yet. I'm gonna try to get into Champions by the end of July, and I have been watching a lot of Champions. I hope that whatever comes in June ends up being an improvement rather than a more oppressive meta than it currently is. Okay, let's see what Weezing has. If you want Diabolical, Koga had a Black Sludge, Levitate, Weezing Umbreon with Toxic, Clear Smog, Dark Pulse, and Destiny Bond. None of these are that good, so I'm just gonna go with this one. Double hit is garbage. Now that it's Weezing, let's see if we have some better moves to use. We definitely want Stab Poison, Stab Dark, and then we want 2 moves for like filler, you know? We don't have anything good yet. Let's see. That's gonna be a problem. Both their natures are not good, so I'm hoping when I do the fusion, one of the new natures ends up being neutral to offset how bad they both are. So yeah, we'll definitely keep Night Slash. Maybe we grab Aqua Jet for priority since we're so slow. We could also do Ice Fang for coverage. I think what I'm gonna do is we are going to fuse them now so we have more room in our party. And what do we care about more? 76 and 78 versus HQ. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and the family have been staying safe. Let's fuse these two. Okay, Poison Dark will Levitate. Let's see what ends up looking like. We are on remix mode, and we're getting ready to do Silph-Co. Weedo. That is a very sad shark. None of these are good, but I think I would rather be lax. with levitate. Oh no, yeah, 100% a goober. Okay, so we'll be Night Slash, Ice Fang, Sludge Bomb, and we'll leave Aqua Jet on it for now. Only the green silhouettes are personalized. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate you stopping by, HQ. So what else do we want to be using for this fight? We want Dark something for Reunion. It has Psychic, Shadow Ball, Hyper Voice. Oh, okay, gotcha. This. There's a world where we go normal something, so we're immune to Ghost. Oh, I know what we do. We'll go normal Ghost. That way we can't be hit with fighting. We can't be hit with normal. And we can't be hit with Ghost. Normal Dark, I do like that. The only downside about normal Dark is Manblim with the close combat. I'll see what we have for normal Dark. That might be a shout. Okay, so let's take a look. We do have a Snorlax. I'll also look at some of the Pokemon that we've been using. Ramgam is a Magmortar Luxray. It's put in a lot of work so far. And we've had it since probably Route 2 or 3. I could probably bring both. I think that's what I'll end up doing. We also had a... Yes, I agree. We also had a Dumbo, a Grand Bull Donphan, relatively bulky with decent coverage. The downside is the only good ground move it has is Magnitude, because we don't have Earthquake. Yes, incredibly grumpy. Jack, a Sableye Ariados. We've had this for a while. It having Fake Out with that defensive typing has been very useful. Yes. I haven't seen enough Mimikyu and or Sableye fusions. I'm really happy with this one. Gapsol. It's a Gabite Sneasel. With level cap being 45, I don't have access to Garchomp. For a while, I was rocking a Haunter. What's it called? Magneton. Because Magnezone only evolves with a Magnet Stone, which you can only get once you get Surf. The reason why I really liked Gapsol was having access to Dragon Claw, Stab Ice Punch, Inner Focus. Dragon Ice is a decent typing. I don't think so. We used Zoro Ninja and Paw Ninja against, what was it called? Against Koga because of the Wonder Guard combos. So they couldn't hit us since the only thing it's weak to is Fairy. And Koga only had one Pokemon with Fairy. Okay, so normal Dark. Let me look at Snorlax. Not a great nature, but I probably wouldn't be using special. I don't have a lot of normal Pokemon. Normal is usually underwhelming. Thick fat, okay. I'm hoping when the problem with Larvitar is Larvitar doesn't really get good until T-Tar, and T-Tar doesn't evolve until like 55, and the level cap's only 45. I'm gonna infuse these and see if my Snorlax keeps thick fat. I've had issues where I unfuse a Pokemon and it doesn't have the original ability. We could do Zoroark. I have been using Zoroark. I'm gonna catch another Zoroark, I think, if I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna infuse these and see if we keep thick fat. Good idea. Thank you, HQ. Yeah, I really like Zoro and Ja. All right, so yeah, let's unfuse this. Yep, so we will not be unfusing that because we lose our good ability. Oh, okay. I didn't know that it would be different each time. I'm gonna do that then. Thank you for the pro tip, HQ. As usual, you are a godsend. And I hope you, your sister, and the cats are doing well. There we go. Smart. We do not need it to be speed up. So basically, thick fat and a nature that isn't attack down. Oh yeah, my memory isn't great either. I have a lot of post-it notes. That's the opposite of what we wanted. It is good to know, though, that it is random each time. There is an NPC later in the game that will change a Pokemon's nature. The downside is it's randomized, so you have to do this as well. Thankfully, games like Rad Red and Emerald Imperium, they made it so, what's it called? You could change natures at a Poke Center for free whenever you wanted. They also got rid of EVs and made every Pokemon have 31 IVs. So a lot of the grind is gone. I don't know who Mint is, but if they are looking tasty, that's a W, my friend. No. Oh, yes, a Nature Mint would be nice. I've never played a vanilla Pokemon game, so I was not familiar with mints. I like mint in real life, but only certain mint. I don't love peppermint, for example, but I do like spearmint. I'm gonna do this 2 more times and settle for it because, you know, this isn't compelling gameplay. Interesting. Well, automatically that one doesn't count because we didn't get the ability we needed. I'm glad that you do find it compelling. So what flavor is your children's toothpaste? Is it like a bubble gum? Because that's the only child's toothpaste flavor that I can think of. And yeah, there's been some toothpaste that it's made me gag in terms of the flavor. So I feel ya. Well, that doesn't count either because it's not the ability we need. Oh, I didn't even know they made fruit flavors for toothpaste. I suppose it makes sense because when you do go to the dentist, sometimes the fluoride stuff they use has flavors like that. We love variety. Variety is the spice of life. Okay. Bruh. Worst case scenario, we use a different normal type for the fusion. That one doesn't count. We didn't get the ability we wanted. Any percent thick fat and not hindering nature. I think I can understand that. Mint has that like effervescence, clean feeling that's associated with it. So I can understand that. I think I've always had some kind of mint toothpaste over the years. I think the only exception was when I would go to the dentist and they would do like the bubblegum fluoride. And then I think there was a small time frame when I was using a toothpaste that had like a vanilla taste to it. And it was okay. For one reason or another, I ended up switching toothpaste brands and it only comes in mint. But it's a good toothpaste. So I suck it up, you know? That doesn't count. We didn't get the ability we need. That's another thing too. While Infinite Fusion does have quality of life, they don't have ability pills. They don't have dream patches. So it's very difficult if you need a specific ability. Which is why we're only playing Infinite Fusion on stream once. And we're hoping that whenever the sequel eventually comes out, that, what's it called? It'll include most of the quality of life that Radical Red and or Emerald Imperium had. Bruh. Let's consider other normal types. We don't have many. Does this fight have any poison? No poison. So I've played Unbound and I don't hate it, but in Rad Red, you have Infinite Repel, you have a Poke Vial, which is portable healing with 6 charges that can be used outside of battle. In Emerald Imperium, it's unlimited. You can change natures at Poke Center. Hidden Power, you can change it at will. I don't know how to sort by typing. That's why I haven't done it HQ. No EVs. All Pokemon have 31 IVs. I have not played a Pokemon game with better quality of life than Emerald Imperium or Rad Red. Both those games also give you care packages at various points in the game. So super effective berries, evolutionary items, air balloon, the weather stones, light clay, etc. Oh, that's a WHQ. I get your reference. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work, so that's not happening. Okay. It's not a good nature. It's not hindering. Okay, so let's think about a dark type. We don't have access to Duststone, so we can't evolve Murkrow. Cacnea is sadly a glass cannon. Houndoom also suffers from being a glass cannon, and Houndoom's a special attacker. Pawniard has low BST. Sableye has the same issue. I think I'll suck up the Cacturn on this one. It'll be dark normal, thick fat. I can still get stabbed sucker punch. I don't have a lot of normal types, and Snorlax, it's not a bad nature. It's not hindering. It's just that it's not going to be up attack or anything. So yeah, let's withdraw Cacnea, and we'll get that evolved. All right, let's see what this looks like. I probably would want growth because it's set up. How accessible is another Zoroark? I could get it at night. The concern about Zoroark is it's primarily a special attacker, and I am special down nature on the Snorlax. We can make this work though. Sucker Punch will be hard to use because the AI will spam status, but we will have Stab Bite, so that's not too bad. This, getting all my Pokemon ready for Rival, is probably going to take about an hour or so. Another thing that Infinite Infusion did, not Infinite Infusion, Rad Red, once you had access to the move relearner, so basically past the second gym, you could set all your Pokemon to level cap. And then you never had to worry about leveling them up. And you could also get infinite rare candy. So the only things you really had to do was get past the second gym, get Pokemon to level cap. You don't have to do any EV training. And then it basically turns into a boss rush. We have ads coming up in 30 seconds. When we come back from ads, we'll be looking at Pallas cats. Pallas cats are wild cats that live in Asia. The body is round. They're floofy. They're full of personality. Here's a quick picture of a Pallas cat. His name is Lotus. He's of the Flower 5. They have circular pupils. They put their paws on their tail. They're floofy and they're adorable. There are less than 57,000 Pallas cats in the world, but as far as threatened and endangered go, that's not a bad number. See you soon, friends. All right, Meow, we're back. This is Oliva. She is the sister of Lotus. If you're sensing a theme, they are the flower 5. Lotus, Oliva, Iris, Primula, and Grusha. They're all named after flowers. They are the children of the late Lev and Shal. They all live in Japan, and they turn 9 in April. In the wild, Pallas cats live on average of 6.5 years. In captivity, the average is 12 and a half. Oliva is gorgeous, and she lives at the Saitama's Children's Zoo in Japan with Otto and her brother Lotus. They rotate the enclosures in which they are in. They are never in the enclosure at the same time. She's doing a Shal stare. Her mother Shal had a very imposing 1,000-yard stare into your soul type look. Shal was the daughter of Oscar and Tabby, which also made her the sister to the late King Bull. They have one surviving sibling. Her name is Honey, and Honey, I believe, is 14 years old. And this is Honey. Let me pull it up. Very angy, very spicy. That being said, 10 out of 10 would still boop the snoot. Yes. A very audible hiss. Fully grown, Pallas cats are on average of 3 to 4 kilograms, but can reach up to 7 kilograms in the winter because of their dense coat and extra fat. I mean, yes, you're right, HQ, but the Lord saw fit to give me a spare, so it's okay. Since we did mention the late King Bull, here's a picture of Bull on the stump. Bull and Polly passed about a year ago this year. And their grandchildren, Abracos and Nagomu, share the same enclosure. And we love that for them. The royal lineage will continue. I miss Bull. He was such a wonderful man. He lived together with his wife Polly for 9 years across 4 zoos. That's unheard of. And because I did mention his wife, here's a picture of the late royal couple. This is a picture of Bull kissing Polly's head. Knowing they're watching over us from beyond the Rainbow Bridge makes their absence easier to bear. That being said, we have a lot of grinding to do. Yes, they were very happy together, and I love that for them. Polly was born in Sweden. Her name is actually Polyphemus, after the blind Cyclops from Greek lore. Her whole litter was named after Greek characters. So Ilos, Polyphemus, Charybdis, and there's one more that I'm forgetting. The goal is to get Weedo probably to like 40 and change. Get Snorlax / Cacturn around there as well. That way, when we grind through trainers 2 rival, they'll then be at level cap. I'm sorry that you were sick, HQ, and I will continue to keep you in my prayers. After this, we realistically need probably 2 more Pokemon to fuse. Well, 2 more fused. So 4 more Pokemon. That was the wrong button. Yes, we take Crunch, because while high crit ratio is great, higher base power with defense drop chance is better. No explosion. Stab Giga Impact is cool. The problem is, it can miss, and I would have to rest. I would rather keep Body Slam. Okay. So let's figure out who else we need. I would like something fire for Ninyard because it's quad weak. We won't be able to kill it in one hit because Focus Sash. But I do have an idea. I think we'll go Ludicolo with Fake Out, and we'll fuse it with a Flash Fire Pokemon. That way, we have Fake Out, then we can kill with a Fire move. Grass Fire is a very solid typing, and Flash Fire will A, up our special, and B, it removes a weakness. And that'll be useful in Erica, because Sabrina. Sabrina's a fairy gym with a mild Torkoal fusion with Drought and Weather Ball. We keep Talonflame because it's our taxi. Payback probably isn't a bad idea, because we're likely going to be outsped by some people. Let me see if I can give Ludicolo Surf for a better water move. So Fake Out, we'll leave Payback for now. Surf, and then we'll get Flamethrower from another Pokemon. I like Sucker Punch. The only problem with Sucker Punch is the fact that Reunion, it does have Morning Sun. That being said, I don't know if the AI will actually click Morning Sun if it's not, like, low HP. It's probably worth having, though. We will need to get another Vulpix because I don't want to unfuse my Magnetails and have to go through shenanigans like we did last time to make sure we kept the ability we wanted. No rollout. 90 accuracy locked in place for up to 5 turns. No thank you. We'll settle for getting Ludicolo to about 38 or 39. I do have to remember where I got my Vulpix, though. Seven, 8, 36, 37. Okay, we can do that. So we'll just go to Route 7. No pin missile. Maybe if it was skill link or we had loaded dice. Chat, I hope you're doing well. I hope you've been having a great weekend so far. If you haven't, I will continue to keep you in my prayers. I think we can get by with doing this like 2 or 3 more times. Then we'll look for the Flash Fire Vulpix. Okay. Let's see, Route 7. I don't know if it will show up at night, but it may. And since we're catching, we need a Butterfree. We'll put away Weedo for now. We are probably still gonna do the normal Ghost Fusion. A Wild Mimikyu. It never hurts having a second Mimikyu. Bless you. And since I don't have Focus Sash, W, Disguise. Let's see who has flash fire. Not a good nature, but we can do fusion stuff to make it better. Okay. We don't need Butterfree anymore. We will fuse these two now. All right, let's see what we get out of a Snorlax Cacturn. I'm expecting a fat Scarecrow. Those feet. I do not like this. A sleepy Scarecrow. We're using him as a physical attacker. We don't need Needle Arm, most likely. I mean, it might not hurt for coverage. We are slow, but I don't think we need two dark moves. We don't need Rest. We don't need Snore. Let's see if we got any sauce up here. We're not fast enough to get flinches, I don't think, from Bite, unless we got Para from Body Slam. I'm gonna grab Revenge for coverage. And then I think we're gonna go Rock Slide over Needle Arm. We can make that work. All right. So these two need to get their levels up. We are gonna throw extra sensory back on Magnetails since we don't super need T-Wave. It's also been a minute, so we'll save. Whoops. Don't need Feint Attack. Let's make sure they're in the right place. There we go. I've seen some good Jinx sprites. That one's not it. I think I'll probably mess around with a Jinx Gardevoir sprite to see what that looks like at some point. I can't imagine it looks bad since both Pokemon on their own are, I guess, conventionally attractive by the wider Pokemon community. No, I'm not gonna have room. Once we beat Sabrina, we'll have access to Surf. Then we'll be able to get a bunch of evolutions. We don't need Flame Burst because we're going to get Flamethrower, I think, at like 34. The idea is we'll fake out to break Focus Sash. Then we go Flamethrower and we kill. And then we go Flash Fire, so we are immune to fire moves. We will be hit by Neutral Bug, but it won't kill us. Then after that, we need one more fusion, and we'll be good to make our way through Silph.Co. Nurgle, thank you for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've been having a great Meow Day so far. What have you been up to, and how is it going, my friend? No. However, if you would like to name a Pokemon, you can. And if it's a Pokemon that's evolving, you can choose what the sprite's gonna be. I have a channel point ready for naming Pokemon. I'm glad it's been chill. What genre of music have you been choosing to chill to? I think we'll have room for E-Sense. Because it will be E-Sense, Flamethrower, Fake Out, and then one move for coverage. Oh, okay. WK-pop. I don't go out of my way to listen to K-pop, but I've liked most of the K-pop I've heard. We're currently grinding Pokemon up so we can do Rival, Geo2, Silph.Co Sabrina. Oh, I mean, K-pop, J-pop. I've listened to both of those. I don't hate either. But I've probably listened to more K-pop than J-pop. We want Vulpix to reach 36 or Flamethrower. Interesting. I've never heard of the band, but I'm glad you have a band or multiple bands that you can enjoy and your parents are allowing you to do so. Which Pokemon would you like to name? If you don't see a Pokemon you like in the party, okay, so whatever new Pokemon I grab / use, it'll be Dave. Gotcha. I do like the trend of human names on not human things. It's funny to me. Well, regardless of you being an adult, your parents can still be in your life. So I'm glad that even as an adult living on your own, your parents aren't listening through the walls being like, ah, damn, that Nurgle's listening to music we don't like. Ah. Smart. I wanted to do that, and life didn't work out that way, but thankfully my primary abuser is dead, and I love that for him. May he rot in piss. Meowdy, my friend. Oh, that's you saying Lamau HQ. Okay, let's see. What do we need next? Oh, it's 36 for Flamethrower, not 34. Okay. What do we need after this? Okay. So we have an answer to Manblim, an answer to Mimyard, an answer to Reunion. We don't have an answer yet for Sagu or Whimsaray. Okay. So, fairy something for Sagu. We could do fairy steel, but ground and fire, so it's something to consider. Ideally, I have someone with water absorb for the muddy water. I could do dry skin, but I also don't want to make fire even more effective, you know? We'll look at our fairy options. Fairy poison is an option. The downside with fairy poison is psychic and earthquake and steel if we try to use a poison move. Ghost does resist poison though. We're a physical attacker, so we're not grabbing energy ball. And I think belly drum is too risky. I could go fairy dark, but I don't like that almost half my team would be dark then. That feels like too much overlap on coverage. Maybe. I don't know if I have anyone with water absorb that's also ice. We'll think about it after we do this fight. There we go. That's what we needed. No, I get it. And I appreciate it. Let's see. Okay. So, we need to buy another Firestone. Sadly, the good Evo stones are locked behind further points in the game, such as Goldenrod City. Whereas Radred and Emerald Imperium literally just give them to you at various points in the game. And a lot of them, they give them to you very early. Maybe. I'll look into that. If I could do fairy flying with volt absorb or motor drive, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's fuse these two now. And we are... We need Ninetales to be the head. Fire grass with flash fire. I do not like that. And Nurgle, thank you for the lurk, my friend. Have a good rest of your day. I do not like that. The dog, the head, is so low res. These are terrible natures. There we go. Okay, so next, let's explore what we're doing for Segu. All right, let's start with water absorb and go from there. A lot of these Pokemon aren't even in the game. We don't have Lapras yet. We don't have Vaporeon. Let me look at Poliwag. We could go for Politoed. Route 2, I think it's fishing. So let's go get that. And this will be Dave. Problem is it has to be water absorb. And I don't know if it will. We'll do some saving as well. Oh, in remix mode. 12, 13, 14. Okay. I know where that is then. That's on the opposing side. Okay. Time to figure out which fishing rod it is. We'll start with old rod and we'll go from there. Nice, we got a hat. You love a hat. Bah. Nice. So, Tentacool. All right. Oh, wait, no. It's gonna lose water absorb when it becomes Politoed, right? Let me double check. No, it won't. It will keep it. Okay, we're fine then. I was thinking of, I think, Pelipper. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm gonna have to put it on the lowest speed possible. Okay. Here's hoping this is water absorb. Dave. We're in current year. Anyone can be named Dave. Not a great nature, but we can make it work. So then Dave is level 25, level 37. Okay, we can make that work. And then a fairy type. Possibly, no, not Mimikyu. Probably Clefable. I don't have a lot of fairy types. Actually, no. Even better idea. Gardevoir instead. Ooh, I don't like that though. We'll make it work. Wrong button. Of course, it lives on a sliver. No. No. Also no. Maybe. No. Maybe. Probably not, though. We can always get them later if we end up needing them. Ideally, we'll get Moonblast, but I'll settle for Dazzling Gleam and Draining Kiss. It's not a double, so we don't get any value out of Heal Pulse. We only need to get Poliwhirl to 37, then we'll turn into Politoed. If we're using a water move, it'll be Surf. Dave! I like the thumbs up. No. Whoops. Thankfully, it doesn't have a rock move, otherwise I was dead there. We won't be able to rely on Shed Ninja Wonder Guard shenanigans because we don't know what the junk trainers have on the way to the main 3 bosses. Ah, we're confused. I probably won't use it, but maybe. Psychic? Yes, please. W Gardevoir. Let's see which one we want to go with. She's popular, so there's going to be a lot of sprites. Not as many that I like. A lot of these look the same. I think I'll just go with this one for now. We may as well go back and heal. Once Polytoad is 37, well, once it's 37, it'll become Polytoad. Then we'll fuse the two. And ideally, it will not be a bad fusion in terms of appearance. Hopefully we'll get Dazzling Gleam at some point. In fact, I can actually check. Gardevoir. McPlumber, thank you for stopping by. Rest well. Have a good one, my friend. We might get Moonblast naturally. And thank you for the well wishes. All right, let me check. Nope, no Moonblast. So the game was lying. Well, the wiki was lying. Let me go to the Poké Center and see if the tutor has it. Nice. So we'll keep Calm Mind. We'll keep Psychic. There'll be Moonblast. Then instead of Draining Kiss, it'll let it be Surf for our last move. And Gardevoir will end up being the head because that's the one we care about for her special stat. Whereas Polytoad does have decent special, but Polytoad's more bulky than not. And it'll be water absorbed, so we can switch it on Muddy Water if we had to. No belly drum. I love that. Dave looks so happy. We don't need bounce. We may end up foregoing Calm Mind. Let me see what else Dave can get. The AI will just swap out, so Perish Song doesn't really do anything for us. Now, if we had Shadow Tag, we could do Perish Trap, and that would be funny. Water Fairy. Let's see what we get. It's a little cute. That frog girl from that one anime, Boku no Hero Academia or something, kind of reminds me of that woman. Oh, there's more. Okay, what are we looking at? I'm going with this one. Not great, but we can work with it. Okay, so we have Dave. We have 9 Colo. We have Snortoon. We have Weedo. That accounts for 4 out of 6 of their Pokemon. They have 1 fire move. No, they have 1 ground move. So we're probably not going to be able to use Magnet Tails in this fight at all. Let's think about this. I think I did want something ground. I don't love rock. Do they have any ice? No ice. We can go ground flying. Let me see if a Gligar can be found naturally. We don't have the stone to evolve it anyways, so we have to do a fusion of something else. I think I've done enough friendship stuff for Zubat to eventually evolve. We need Magnet Tails for a little bit longer. And then we'll fuse the Crobat with a ground type. It'll be ground flying, and it'll be lit. Then we'll be able to fight Silph-Co. No ice. The only things we're weak to are water. Grass is neutral. I don't think I put Lucky Egg back on. I did an oopsies. No, I don't need wing attack. We have ads coming up in 20 seconds. When we come back from ads, we're gonna look at a few more Palace Cats. We'll finish up training. Then it's on to Silph-Co to save John Silph-Co from Team Rocket. Oh, I did put the Lucky Egg back on. Okay, good. I will see you all soon, friends. Happy Sunday fun day, whether you're a lurker or a VOD friend or an active chatter. You're all valid and appreciated. All right, meow. Welcome back from ads. We're slowly getting there, my friends. I'm hoping my Zubat had enough friendship that it'll turn into Crobat as soon as I finish this fight. It did not. Looks like it's going to take a bit more. So if that's the case, let's use some vitamins on it, since that will also help increase its friendship. Okay, Carbos, protein, HP. It's not a huge deal, but I would like it to be Crobat because of the higher BST, rather than doing a fusion with, what's it called? Golbat. May as well throw calcium on it as well. Not an iron though, that'd be a waste. Let's also pull up some more Palace Cats. We'll go with wild Palace Cats. We've been on a wild trend, observing them in their natural environment. Here's a small baby Palace Cat. The eyes are still bluish, so I think it'd be safe to say that this Palace Cat's probably 1 to 2 months old at most. And I saw it in 2026. This is probably taken sometime in 2025. Small, floofy, adorable. Its one brain cell is taxed to capacity. The mother is very likely in the area due to how small the Palace Cat kitten is. And because it is Mother's Day, here's a wild Palace Cat mother with 3 of her children. Their one brain cell is tasked to capacity. I love the coloration. I love the stripes. The golden amber eyes that the mother has. God bless the wildlife photographers that bust their ass to bring us pictures such as this. We'll look at one more of wild Palace Cats with their mother. That will be this one. Mother with 3 kittens. This was taken by Shigeo K, presumably sometime in 2025. These kittens at this point would be fully grown up and they would have moved out on their own. And I'm choosing to believe that they have plenty of room to run around in the steppe. And they haven't been made a dinner by predatory birds or foxes. Super cute. Truly a 10 out of 10. Would boop the snoots. We have some more leveling to do still. I was really hoping that since I had carried that Zubat around so long, its friendship would have been at the threshold. I was incorrect in that belief. Of course, it metronomes into a quad effective move. I don't like losing that money, but that was baby back bullshit. That was the only thing that would have been able to kill me there. Surely, it won't happen again. Wow, Poison Fang is garbage in this. In ROM hacks, it's 80. But I guess badly poisoned, I can see why it's only 50. Even if it is only a chance to badly poison. Badly poison is toxic. It doubles every turn. Ow. Oops, went too far. Oh, this is the problem. Okay, how are we doing this? I'm more worried about the Aurorzaken. Actually, no. And then we'll use Golbat's turn to heal him. There we go. We don't need mean look. Oh, they changed it. Okay, so Crobat doesn't evolve until level 40. Okay. So I didn't do anything wrong. It's just that they nerfed it by making it not a friendship Evo anymore. Or maybe the other one's the friendship Evo. Regardless, it doesn't normally evolve at 40. I don't like that. But at least now we know that I'm not taking crazy pills. Especially in this economy. Once we have Surf, we'll be able to go down bottom right and get that TM. On the upside, at least Leech Life isn't garbage. It's always blown my mind that in every single mainline Pokemon game that's had it, Leech Life has been 20 base power. Like, oh, Drain Punch is fine. But Leech Life? No, we can't have that. Am I bitter? A little bit. Because my thinking was, it started off as 80 base power. Then it was too strong. So then Leech Life was nerfed into the ground. When in reality, Leech Life has always been dog shit. So that's good to know. Doubly a kick in the teeth because Bug took way too long to get good as a typing. So of course Leech Life wouldn't be good. And we don't have a lot of ground Pokemon, much less only ground. So we're likely going to be fusing Donphan and Crobat. It's not ideal because Crobat's very fast and Donphan is very slow. But at least Donphan also has a pretty high attack. So that will help. And we'll be making it not normal, ground flying, and it will be a physical attacker. And it will probably be U-turn, physical flying move that isn't fly. Maybe Poison Fang and Crunch. We'll see what they get. Two more levels for Crobat. Crobat is so strong. It's the only flying poison Pokemon. Oh, of course it gets the para. Bruh. Ridiculous. Metronome is wild. Most of the time, it does nothing. Every now and again, it will fuck your shit up, fam. Surely this one will get us to Crobat. Bruh. We don't need haze. None of these are good. I don't care. We'll be fine. Surely this one will get us to evolve. I guess I'll have to wait until 41 since I died in the battle that, what's it called? That I evolved. That I would have evolved. There we go. You know what? I'm fine with the vanilla Crobat. I don't hate cross poison. And it's probably going to be my best poison move for a while. All right, let's see. Alright, Crobat. None of those are good. Alright. Not having a good flying move definitely feels like a kick in the pants. And fly takes 2 turns, so it's automatically not very good. All right, let's grab... We have to do some fusion because we don't have many ground types. We're gonna unfuse Donphan and Granbull. Those moves are not very good. We need to change this. think I get Rock Slide, the Elemental Punches. Oh, Elemental Fangs. Okay. I was thinking about what we need. Flying, ground, electric, fire, dark, rock, poison. I definitely want a poison move. Okay. Oh, I don't get Thunder Punch. Okay, so I would have to be Thunder Fang then. And then... Rock Slide will keep knockoff. There we go. Will also give me Bulldoze. It's not a double battle, and we do need stab ground. Okay. Let's get Don Fan a few more levels, then we'll fuse them. Then we'll finally be ready for Silphco up to Rival. Then we have to make a brand new team for Giovanni 2. Then again, it will be mostly, I think, Dark and Poison. So we likely have answers in our box compared to like Sabrina, who will have to cook up a whole new team from scratch. Since she's a fairy gym and we haven't fought any team with like more than one fairy type. Let me see if there's anything Don Fan gets by like level 40 or something. Don Fan gets Earthquake at 43. I can live with that. Let's get Don Fan to 43. Earthquake is very good. That is so much better than Bulldoze. Though I think we might be able to get it still as Don Fan as the evolved form, because it's still the Don Fan's moveset, just that he's fused. We don't need Venoshock. We're also going to be running Crobat as a physical attacker. We are going to lose out on Stab Flying, but that's okay. Well, we would have Stab Flying, but we don't have a good physical flying move. You have to win a bike race for Aerial Ace, and then Fly is a 2-turn move. So it's telegraphed, which means it's easy for the AI to work around it. Silphco will likely take the bulk of the well, not the bulk, the rest of the stream, because it's going to be Silphco, the rival battle, then cobbling a team together to beat Giovanni 2. I'll have a team ready for Sabrina when we get to her on Thursday. Also, once Crobat's level cap, all the XP will go to Donphan. So that will make it get to 43 even faster. So it'll be Earthquake, Cross Poison, probably Rock Slide, and something else. Let's go back and heal. We only need 3 more levels on Donphan. I think Donphan can get Iron Head. Nope. Wishful thinking. What's crazy is this isn't even Ninetales' final form, because we need Surf for a Magnet Stone. Magnet Stone lets things like Magneton and Nosepass evolve. A change I don't like that they made, because it's an effective nerf to those Pokemon, since they would normally evolve with a Thunderstone. But at least trade Evos evolve at 40. We should probably heal just to be safe. There we go. That's fine, we're not switching out. There we go, that's exactly what we wanted. So it'll be this. And then as soon as we're done, we'll fuse them. Ground fly. Okay, that preview looks pretty cool. It kind of looks like a scorpion. Let's see what we get. Oh, so it's basically Crobat with a trunk in front of the body. That is odd, but it's not Nightmare Fuel, so I can appreciate that. The Dawn Bat. We'll go hasty. Okay, so it'll be Cross Poison, Earthquake, Knockoff over Bite. I get that Flinch is good, but held items are very strong. We're not gonna go Thunderfang. Rock Slide. Leech Life hits the least amount of things super effectively. So we'll go Rock Slide over Leech Life. The Dawn Bat. Okay, now we can finally do Silph Co. I like my Magnetails, but Quad weak to ground, with ground being a relatively common typing, is going to make it hard to use. Unless I know exactly what the enemy has. Thank you for the lurk, Yumi. Hope you've been having a great Sunday. If not, I'll continue to keep you in my prayers. I will get you a shout out right meow. We are about halfway through Infinite Fusion. We're about to do Silph Co, Rival Battle, GO2. Check out Gamer Yumi, friend of the stream. They primarily play Pokemon and various horror games. Dead by Daylight, Legend ZA, Scarlet and Violet, Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream in the afternoon and or evenings. Make sure to check them out. We need one more, like, all-around Pokemon. We'll bring Haunter. It'll become a Gengar. And then we'll lead with... Let's see. We'll lead with Weedo. And we'll run a Black Sludge on it. And by Black Sludge, I actually mean... Amulet Coin, because I need money. I have to just figure out who had my Amulet Coin. There it is. Shit. Oh well. Smear Awesome and Mimlia. Apom and Gardevoir. We're going this way because I'm too lazy to grab a flyer out of my box, phrasing, and fly there. Whoops! Another double battle. Bantump and Fantanet. Roserade and Oricorio. Oh, they just have all the Oricorio. Whoops. Good enough. Ah, shit. Wheezing. Not Slugma. Prime Cargo. Right, okay. Alright, what does Haunter look like? And by Haunter, I mean Gengar. I like that. Whoops. We apparently never fought him. Rock Slide. Rock Slide again. Unless they have ice. That is going to be a very useful Pokemon. Let's switch into Donphan. Nice. That looks really cool. Infernape, Dusclops. It's a skeletal monkey. Kind of reminds me of Saren in his Reaper form from the first Mass Effect. All this to avoid grabbing a flying Pokemon and flying there. It's okay, we're almost there. Something I hate about Infinite Fusion, they make you full clear Silph in order to fight Rival and Giovanni. So you can't go floor 4, 9, floor 5, Rival Geo. Terrible design choice, IMO. Which is another reason why we're only playing this game once. If Infinite Fusion 2 doesn't have more quality of life, we won't even touch it because it doesn't respect our time. No idea what they have, but I think we'll be fine. All right, Dark Poison. Ah, Roar. It's just gonna keep roaring until it runs out of PP. Nice. Sneasel Sceptile. That does look pretty cool. Thankfully, you die to Rock Slide. Matang and Dusclops. Dies to a 4x Dark move. Golem Ninetails. Don't need agility. Lycanroc Yanma. I don't like it. It's a werewolf dragonfly. Like, I'm not feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Venomoth Torterra. That's an interesting sprite. Damn it. Fighting normal. It was basically a fat Lucario. We're gonna go back and heal. And then we'll come back. Until we beat Giovanni, we more or less have access to none of Saffron. I'm gonna see if I can still get the key card easily. Omastar Mile. Raveler, Gliscor. It's still weak to rock. Xatu and Gulurk. That dies to quad effective dark. Fracturous or Fracture and Grodel. Scrafty and Furret. He looks like a real Cotton Eye Joe. Ophagrigus and Sizor. We have to full clear, but we'll start at the bottom, phrasing, and work our way up. Not where I want her to go. I think in the vanilla game, she teaches you T-Wave or something. Nincada and Tentacruel. Uplink and Typhlosion. Oricorio and Trevenant. Once we beat Rival, we'll, what's it called? Start making a team for Giovanni. Carbink and Cacturn. Electivire, and, or no, Electabuzz, most likely. And Sandslash. We keep getting baited by scientists. Baneri and Magmar. Or Magmortar. Electabuzz, Smile. Electric Fairy is good because it's neutral to steel. It only loses to ground and poison in terms of super effective. Play rough? Yes, please. We may end up giving it to Donbat if we need fairy coverage. Shelgon and Fracture. That actually looks kind of cool. It looks like a tiny owl, when in reality, it's a bear with horns. We're making up a bunch of the money we lost earlier. Dewblade and Tangrowth. Dark Pulse over Sucker Punch. Heracross and Rhyhorn. Lucario and Golurk. Beautiful. Such a little guy. Dave is extremely powerful. Ah, he's a little guy. No, wrong way. Zwilus and Flygon. Whoops. It doesn't help that we missed. We'll go Dave. Once again, if it isn't 100 accuracy, it's 50. I'm an idiot. This is quad week. Never punished. We were last on floor 5. That's probably the fusion ball that they're working on or whatever it's called. Not bad. I don't know if I'll ever make a trick room team, but that's cool that it's a TM. Normally you would get that from like Sabrina, you know? Mr. Barrel. I like that. No, I'm good. Really? Gengar doesn't get it? Well, I guess Gengar only gets Sludge Bomb, not Wave. I think there's a bunch of people we could rescue here. I'm sure one of them is probably a fight. Nope. What about the others? Nice. I was expecting one of them to be a plant for when we try to free them. Porygon Z as a pseudo Widow. Kangaskhan Metang. It's basically a tank, and the baby is in the like the gunner's hatch. That is very adorable. Forgive me for what I must yabba dabba do. Ah, what a silly guy. Ghost resists bug and poison, so that's why you go dark, ghost, fire, flying, or ice on grass ghost. Beautiful. We love the muddy water. Steel bug. Golduck, Golem. Not having a grass move here is a little disappointing, but we'll be fine. Even better. Poison Fire. Mile Meganium. Nice. So we can't free them until Giovanni is gone, apparently. And at least them. Oh, hey, it's a casting couch. Bottom right. This is dark. This is tankier than I expected. All right. Milotic and Vigoroth. Nice. Omastar Marowak. That looks like a Dave. Rhydon and Sneasler. All right, we're getting there, friends. It might have levitate. Nice. There's likely some backtracking we'll still have to do because of the color portals on the ground. Okay, we can go with Crunch. We can go with Sludge Bomb. We can go with Ice Fang. We don't miss. W. We have ads in about 10 seconds. We run 3 minutes of ads every hour to keep pre-rolls off for new friends coming in. When we come back from ads, we'll be fighting Rival and then prepping for Giovanni 2 and Sabrina. Happy Sunday Fun Day, and see you all soon, friends. I don't know when the rival fight is. It literally might be here when I go to try to confront Giovanni. So we have saved. The lead is Sigu. I would like to bait either water or dragon and then hard switch. So let's think about how we do that. Either way, we can also fake out. And I'm expecting rival as soon as we take a step forward. All right, rival fight. Let's go. We're going to fake out for chip. I'm expecting a water move here. We go, Dave. Beautiful. What can it go for in light of what we have? It will probably go body slam and fish for para. It could also switch out. Okay, it's just gonna let me set up. I am so okay with that. Okay. Del dash. We're gonna go surf. Whims array. They have prankster. I would expect substitute or tailwind. Interesting that it goes straight for that. There's the tailwind. That's a +6 Moonblast. Ninyard. We don't kill this, it has a focus sash. We are gonna swap into Nincolo. We fake out. We flamethrower. That win brought to you by the power of Dave, aka Gardevoir, with a calm mind of +6 and a lot of Moonblast. Okay, Giovanni 2. What are we looking at? Okay, Giovanni 2. A wheezing haunch crow. A Mismagius Aegislash with Levitate. A Donphan Caesar Ground Steel with Sturdy. And a Kekgon Normal Dragon with Protean. Dark or Ghost kills Aegamagius. Fire does as well. Donzor, water, grass. How much ground do they have? 1. They have 2 ground moves. We are not going to bring... I think there's too much steel to bring Dave. I'm sorry to hear that, pet. Thank you for hanging out as long as you could. And I hope you have a good one, my friend. Have a good rest of your Sunday into Monday. And I'll try to catch you sometime this week. I'm gonna leave Silphco, and I'm gonna... Oh, they won't even let me make a team. Or they do, okay. So yeah, we're gonna leave Silphco entirely, and we're gonna make a team real quick for Giovanni. We're gonna bring 2 Wonder Guard Pokemon. They are gonna be under-leveled, which is unfortunate, but I'm not doing another training montage. Do they have any fighting? They have no fighting. Okay, we will bring in our Snorking, if only because that's an answer for the ghost. Do they have any ice? They have no ice. We will keep Donbat. We're not gonna run Dave. And we're not gonna run 9-Colo. We're not gonna run Weedo either. After this, we have to do a training arc for Sabrina. Do they have any fairy moves? They have no fairy moves. We bring Zoro Ninja. And we bring Paw Ninja. Alright, this will be Giovanni 2, Silphco, Infinite Fusion, Remix Mode. The lead is the Haunch thing. With Levitate. I'm gonna lead with Donbat, and I'm gonna instantly switch into Zoro Ninja. Part of me wants to stay in, but if it clicks Explosion, I die. We'll also save in case he does something cheeky. Go team. Gio wants Master Ball, 3 of them, because his goal is to take all the legendary birds and make a triple fusion and use their power to do whatever else he wants to do. Oh, it's a double battle. Interesting. Okay, so Agamagius or Haunchsing, who are we more worried about? I'm more worried about Haunch Thing. So we'll Rock Slide. Actually, wait, no, even better. Let's knock off Haunch Thing's Black Sludge. And then let's also knock off Age of Magius's Citrus Berry. That's fine. We're gonna Rock Slide. Nice. Age of Magius is back. We're gonna knock off. Not a big deal. We're gonna start setting up. They can't hit me. W. I'm a big fan of Zoro Ninja. He's just a cute little guy that no one can hurt. It definitely needs better moves, but we can live with it. Giovanni down. Now we have a training montage for Sabrina. Okay, let's think about this. Okay, so we know Sabrina is fairy. Fairy fire, ground fairy, fairy steel, fairy grass. I feel like I don't have a lot of water Pokemon. And I don't think I want Chikorita. I'm gonna take the Totodile. Florida man. One Master Ball. I could have sworn there was other rewards. Maybe it's different. Nice. What do they sell? I think that's needed for Porygon. I don't remember. We'll come back to that later. All right, so Sabrina. We need to hit on the special side because Torkoal Mile is very physically bulky. And the only things it loses to are water, ground, rock, poison. Water will do less because of drought. There's a world where we go for maybe one of the Niddos. I would want Earth Power. Do they? I wouldn't want Dragon because of all the fairy. Wait, no. I bet Sandy Gas gets it. Problem is with Sandy Gas, we have to worry about the Giga Drain. Okay, Nido Queen can get Earth Power at 43. So we want that. We won't be using either Zoro Ninja or Paw Ninja because in a fairy gym, I'm not gonna want a Pokemon that can only be hit by fairy. Okay. I will use Wonder Guard, but it's gonna have to be a different combination. Do they have any ice? No ice. So I will likely bring Ardonbat. Okay. If we went normal Ghost, do they have any dark moves? They have Sucker Punch. They only have Sucker Punch. Okay. So that might be a play. Yeah, we're going to do normal Ghost Wonder Guard. And once Mile is dead, we cannot be hit by them. I'm going to save in case I get bamboozled. Actually, no, I have a different idea. We also need a flyer so we can go back to Fuchsia. Would Dark hit any? No, Dark hits nothing super effectively. And Ghost hits nothing super effectively either. We would need Poison. No. I mean, we could also use steel. Pizza. Hell yeah. 7-stream streak. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. I'll give you a shout out momentarily. We are currently prepping for Sabrina in Infinite Fusion Remix mode. She's an all fairy gym. I'd say the run is going well. The game lacks a lot of the quality of life that Rad Red and Infinite Fusion have. So the run has taken a lot longer. For reference, my slowest runs in Rad Red took 18 hours. We're only just over halfway through the game, and we're at like 23 hours. What have you been up to? And how are you doing, my friend? Right now, we're setting up a Shed Ninja hybrid. Shed Ninja has a unique gimmick called Wonder Guard. If the damage isn't super effective, either 2 times or 4 times, it's immune to the damage. The downside is it always has 1 HP. So we know what it'll be weak to. And by knowing that, we can play around what it's gonna struggle with. Minecraft, eh? Hell yeah. Love that for you. What was the most recent thing you did to the base? Fairy resists dark. So we're gonna run dig. We're gonna run Metal Claw because steel is super effective against that. We'll run Hone Claws because it's +1 attack, +1 accuracy. If your enemy can't hurt you, it's free setup. And then we need one more move. We'll go with Shadow Sneak for now, but we'll probably end up replacing it. And then we're gonna fuse it with a normal Pokemon. Normal Ghost, thanks to Wonder Guard, can only be hurt by Dark. Sabrina has 4 Pokemon, only one of them has Dark. As soon as that Pokemon's gone, they cannot hurt Shed Ninja. A second floor and a balcony to your pyramid. I tend to do buildings that are good enough. I've been recently playing an early access pirate game called Windrose. I think it's quite good. It's rare for a game to be in early access and not be dog shit. And I cannot sing the praises of Windrose enough. Not open world. Co-op PvE can be played offline. There's no PvP in it. There's building, there's pirate ships, there's farming. I wholly encourage anyone to look at it, and I think it's been great. I have enjoyed the fuck out of it. I will note there are several things I don't like about it. You only get XP from doing quests, so there's no grinding mobs to level up. It's also difficult in the sense that enemies hit very hard, and if you get hit, you're gonna have a bad time, which means that you're either blocking, dodging, or parrying. However, the game also has a bunch of sliders: enemy health, enemy damage, enemy ship damage, enemy ship health, etc. If you like the idea of building and crafting in a pirate world, building your own ship, cooking and fishing, 100% check it out. But what I was gonna say was, I check out the Windrose subreddit a lot, and there's people who have like insane building projects similar to what it sounds like you're making. And that is way beyond A, my skill, B, my willingness. So that's awesome that your pyramid is so developed, and mad props to you, my friend. Sabrina. Fire Fairy. We need to get rid of it, and we want to hit it on the special side because it's a physical boy. Once it goes down, our Shed Ninja can set up and not give a fuck. In theory, we could go poison, but we would more or less have to one-shot. And Sucker Punch is super effective against Poison Ghost. Let me give you a shout out, my friend. Check out Pizza Plays. Great guy, friend of the stream, loves pizza. It's in his name. Plays all sorts of games. Friend Slop, Minecraft, Escape the Backrooms, League of Legends, which is a horror game in and of itself. Leafy, good to see you, my friend. Hope you've been doing well. I've been catching your Magic streams, and they look like a lot of fun. Hope you're all doing well, staying safe, living it up. Make sure to check out Pizza Place. Streams in the afternoon and or evenings. I will get you a shout out, Leafy, when it comes off cooldown. We need 3 more Pokemon, and we need a normal type to fuse with my Shed Ninja. We also need a Nidoran, because this will be a Nidoqueen with Stab Earth power. Since we're using Wonder Guard, it doesn't really matter what our second boy has. I've known pizza for a long time. When I was doing Terraria and Terraria Calamity mod, that's how I learned about pizza. It's been a while, my friend. All right. No, wait. No, it has to be Ghost normal. Oh, that's might be a problem. How am I gonna do it? No, that is right. Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is a Snore Ninja. It's basically a flying, sleeping Snorlax. And we keep Wonder Guard. Wonder Guard means we can only be hit by super effective. Normal Ghost, super effective. The only super effective is Dark. As soon as we get rid of Meownwell, we can stunt on Sabrina. Yeah, not all the fusions are good, and that's okay. We're gonna grab Body Slam because I want some form of stab. We don't need Shadow Sneak. We don't need Rest. We have Metal Claw because Steel is super effective against Fairy. Dig is good against Fire and Steel. We give it the Lucky Egg so we can get more XP. Once I figure out who has it. There we go. Let's start our leveling montage. There's a trainer near Fuchsia that we grind on. The level cap is 45, so we want to get our Nidoqueen to a point that is Earth Power, which I believe is at 43. Jay, thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing well. What were you playing? And I hope it went well. I will get you a shout out when it comes off cooldown. WJ raid. Chicken J, hope you're doing well. Thank you for the first time chat. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for stopping by. I'm Meownwell. I stream every Thursday through Sunday, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. We are currently working on Pokemon Infinite Fusion Remix mode. We're prepping to fight Sabrina. I met Jay through Pet the Goat stream, and Pet the Goat is a friend of the stream through Detroit Dubs. If anyone has to raid and run, post-stream care, I completely understand. You said he was cooking. Was he doing an IRL cooking stream? Gotcha. What did he end up making? Check out Jay, mainly because I'm afraid to butcher the rest of the name. He was doing an IRL cooking stream. I met him today when I was hanging out with Pet the Goat while she was playing Outer Worlds. Give him a follow. Check him out. Steak, mac and cheese, corn on the cob, stuffed mushrooms and baked potato. That's a lot. Sounds hella good. In remix mode, Sabrina is a fairy type. We're gonna use our Nidoqueen to deal with the Torkoal Mawile fusion. After that, we'll use Ninja and we'll dunk on Sabrina. Chicken J, Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the support. We also look at Palace Cats, since we have people here from the raid. This is the Palace Cat. His name is Lotus. Lotus is a male Palace Cat. He lives at the zoo in Japan. Palace Cats are wild cats that live in Asia. The body is round, full of personality. The big difference between Palace Cats and other cats: round eyes, rounded ears on the side of the head. They put their paws on their tail to stay warm. In the wild, they only live on an average of 6.5 years. In captivity, they live on an average of 12.5 years. Thank you, Jay. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Nerd Nation, thank you for the follow. Leafy, thank you for the daily beans. Pet the goat, thank you for the hydrate. I will get that right, meow. Here's a picture of Nar, another male Palace cat who lives in Japan. His name means sun in Mongolian. He's a very handsome boyo. I'm gonna grab my water right meow. We'll have to, Leafy, and it's okay. Hydration is very important. 26 ounces of water, courtesy of Pet the Goat. Nar and his twin sister Minya turned 5 this year. Nar, he has a wife named Az. They have 3 children: Nagomu, Atto, and May. Nagomu is a boy. He just turned 2 this year. May and Otto are both girls. His twin sister Minya is married to L, and they have 3 boys: Nobu, Yasu, and Hide. They are very adorable. 10 out of 10. I love Palace Cats. Palace Cats in the wild, they only live in Asia. They've been around for over 10 million years. They have a long descendant, Smilodon, also known as a prehistoric saber-toothed tiger. On top of that, they are very round and floofy in the winter. So we'll look at a few of those too. This is a picture of Grusha. He is a male Palace cat who lives in the zoo in Hokkaido. His litter, the Flower 5, turned 9 this year. Grusha, Lotus, Iris, Oliva, and Primula. Primula is the only one of the 5 to have had any children. Primula and Clyon are the parents of Nar and Minya. And then Primula and Clyon's second litter was Apricot, Saffron, and Figa. Most of these Palace Cats I'm talking about live in Japan. And not all zoos are created equal, but most of them I'm okay with. Grusha means pear in Russian, and his new enclosure was recently finished. He has 2 enclosures with a tunnel that lets him freely traverse both of them, which is really cool, I think. Grusha is personally my favorite of the Flower 5. Let me find a fun picture of Grusha. We like to joke that Grusha was moved from the zoo he lived at, Saitama's Children's Zoo, because he ate all the children. Here is a picture of Grusha. This was taken mid-jump. They can be very agile and deliberate when they need to be. Grusha's parents are the late Lev and Shawl. Sadly, they are no longer with us, but they are watching us from beyond the Rainbow Bridge, and that makes their absence easier to bear. And because I did mention them stepping on their tails to stay warm, it would be remiss of me to not demonstrate that. Here is a picture of Nagomu, and he's doing a tail step to keep the Pete's warm. It gets up to minus 70 degrees Celsius, so they have adaptations to stay warm. They, on average, are 3 to 4 kilograms, 8 to 11 pounds, but they can reach 7 kilograms in the winter. Relative to body size of the felines, they have the largest teeth, the rounded ears, the round eyes, helps them handle a harsh, dry, cold environment where there's very little cover to hide, and their natural predators are hawks, foxes, sadly humans, because poaching, and I hate that. Yes, I would say Nagomu is quite stoic, but he can also be a silly boy. Let me find one of him being silly. Here's Nagomu pogging out of his gourd. Both Nagomu and his partner Abracos live at Nasu Animal Kingdom in Japan. It's the same zoo and the same enclosure that their grandparents, the late Bull and Polly, lived at. Palace cats sadly have weak immune systems, and that is how they have a high mortality rate. Because I did mention his partner, yes, it very much looks like either he told the funniest joke, he got told the funniest joke. Here is his partner, Abracos. It's Russian for apricot. Since we're on the trend of silly, here's Abracos doing a silly. This was taken shortly after she moved to Nasu Animal Kingdom. Because palace cats have a weak immune system, it's not uncommon for them to lose an eye or suffer other injuries. Both Nagomu and Abracos were sick in the winter of 2025. Abracos lost her one eye as a result, but thankfully she can get around just fine. And being in captivity, it's not a huge deal. Oh, Leafy, I did not know you had a bunch of sheep. But this is Abracos. The last one we'll look at is a picture of the late Bull and Polly. They were together for 9 years across 4 zoos. And this is a picture of, let's see, presumably Bull licking his wife's head. Sheep and cattle? Hell yeah. I love that you have all that land and you're able to have many animals in your care. Yes, Pet has a cat named Fred, and she has a Froggo who has recently had to cut back on their intake of food. added points to your pets being rescues. It takes a special kind of person to be able to take care of a rescue and take care of them well. We often look at palace cats on our stream, and almost all my emotes, with the exception of a Clodsire Dumpy, are palace cats. That being said, we need to beat Sabrina, and that involves leveling up Lazy Boy. He is a lazy boy. I like this one. Once we get the 43, Nidorina will be able to have Earth Power. Wonder Guard, the only thing we can get hit by is Dark. Neither Clef 4 or the Jinx Pardos have a Dark move. The downside is Lazy Boy has 1 HP. So we can still die to status like Burn, Toxic, Leech Seed, Confusion. I forgot that Jinx can have Mold Breaker, which means it bypasses Lazy Boy. So we do need another Pokemon as a backup for that. Here's some more that we've been looking at. Snortoon is a Snorlax Cacturn. A Weedo, Weezing Sharpedo. A 9 Colo, Ludicolo Ninetales. Dave, who looks like that girl from Boku no Hero Academia. It's a Politoed Gardevoir. Paw Ninja, Shed Ninja, Pawniard. Rachel, aka Dewblade Mimikyu. And then last one we'll look at is Gabsel, Sneasler, Gabite. We will rely on Rachel, since Steel will be a good counter for Mold Breaker, Jinpardos. I'm going to reapply the playlist. Apologies. I like Rachel as well. Rachel is named after one of my exes. Clefbar is Clefairy Gardevoir. Technically, Clefbar does have Metronome, so it could Metronome into a Dark move. We swap into Rachel. Ironhead. Phantom Force isn't bad, but we can get it later. It's also a 2-turn move, sadly. Which one, Leafy? The, Jinx Pardos? Metronome, yeah. Jin Pardos. It's a Rampardos and a Jinx. Sadly, there's a lot of Nightmare Fuel fusions out there. It's okay though, because we're putting them in the ground. Mold Breaker, we swap out back to Rachel. Steel is quad effective because Ice Rock. Once we beat Sabrina, we'll have access to Surf. That will open up a lot. I'm gonna do my damnedest to beat Sabrina tonight. So when we come back on Thursday, it'll be Blaine, Giovanni, and everything else that's left in the game. Good. Noble Mold Breaker ignores abilities. So if you have, say, Levitate, you can't be hit by ground moves. A Mold Breaker Pokemon ignores that. So because I have Wonder Guard, anytime the Jin Pardos has Mold Breaker, I instantly swap out since it will one-hit me. And I don't want that. And I do like that as you fight a trainer more, at least until the level cap, their Pokemon will evolve. So when the level cap goes up, if we come back to this fight, it may evolve again. If it's in its final form, maybe it'll learn some new moves. So the XP is just that slow. Something like Rad Red, you could, once you had access to Move Relearner, you could set Pokemon to level cap. So you, between that and no EVs, IVs at 31, there was almost no grinding in the game. And that was great. Especially since I was doing the 18 monotypes for both Rad Red and Emerald Imperium. I could get Crunch at 43. Also, we had ads. We'll be back soon, friends. You're not missing anything. Grab a drink, grab a snack, do some stretching. All right, Meow, we are back. That was our final ad break. We need to get Nido Queen to at least 43 for Earth Power. Then we'll go through the trainers at Sabrina has. That will get us a level cap. And then we'll give Sabrina the business. And thank you, my friend. We don't have anything that can take advantage of the accuracy from Home Claws, but it still increases our attack by +1 each time. We only need 3 more levels on Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen's not going to be as strong as I would like, because normally it would be Life Orb, Sheer Force. It comes out to like 69% more, nice, damage with no tangible downside. We have neither of those two things, so feels bad, man. He really is a lazy boy. Mold Breaker, we switch out. This is all predicated on getting Earth Power at 43. If we don't, Mamma Mia. There technically are 2 additional difficulty modes, hard and expert. Improvements to AI, even more improvements to teams. They'll spam more healing items, etc. The lack of quality of life in this is why I am not playing it on a harder mode. I am playing it on normal. For me to do hard or expert, it would have to have all the quality of life that Rad Red or Emerald Imperium has, and it has none of it. One more level, then we're on to Sabrina. Oh yeah, there's a lot of cosmetics. All the leaders from Johto are in the game. They have a monotype. You have to fight them with their monotype. So Bugsy Bug, Watson Electric, Winona Flying, etc. And if you beat them, you get a unique outfit from them. I have no interest in that, which is why I'm not doing it. There we go. W. That's exactly what we needed to see. All right, so to make up for the lack of damage, we run Soft Sand to make, what's it called? Earth Power do more damage. We now fly over to Saffron, and we put a team together to get us through the junk trainers, and the ones we care about are Lazy Boy and Nidoqueen. We don't need Talonflame because we're not flying anywhere. We'll keep Rachel. And we'll bring Weedo. It has no functional weakness. Let me double check this. Not slow enough to take advantage of it. We will lead Rachel with amulet coin because we need money. We are fairy and we finally have play rough now. We will run that over Shadow Sneak. We can always get Shadow Sneak back if we really need it. There's gonna be a lot of bumbling around until we accidentally get the Sabrina. Okay, Fairy, Psychic. Klefki, Omastar. That's quad weak to steel. I don't mind taking the extra trainers because I really want Nidoqueen to be at level cap and I have no rare candies left. That was a Blissey Carbink. Left Mime, Steel, Fairy. Good enough. Fearow, Whimsicott. Love Disc and Mimikyu. Gardevoir and Klefki. Arcanine and Slurpuff. Oh yeah, you didn't see the new sprite. Nidoqueen are each of the Nidoran and a Nidoqueen. Very adorable. I'm a little disappointed that didn't kill. Okay. This is a double. We fight them one at a time. Doubles are stinky. Slurpoom. We'll use Ladyboy. He's such a lazy boy. Fairy flying. He had bite. Nice. Yeah. There was a gamble that he had bite. I had no way of knowing until he did. Gallade Mile. It's a choice. Of course, I'll have to get back there now. But we love accidentally getting to the boss fight. Oh, and that's another thing that Rad Red does better. When you find Sabrina, it opens up a different tile that lets you go back without having to redo the puzzle. First try. All right, we save. We give a citrus berry. We let Rachel have that. We give Lazy Boy. We have nothing we could give them. Oh no, we'll go Lum in case status. Go team. We only bring in Lazy Boy once Mile is gone because Sucker Punch. Echoes of Light, thank you for the lurk. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you've been having a great weekend and have a good rest of your evening. We are taking on Sabrina, Infinite Fusion Remix Mode, and no, you. Sabrina is a fairy gem. Blaine is a psychic gem. I do not know what Giovanni, the final Giovanni, is. The idea, we're gonna earth power, and it's gonna die. Lazy Boy is a Wonder Guard Shed Ninja Snorlax. They have no dark moves. Do I feel bad about this? No. Gardevoir, Roserade. She traced Wonder Guard, which means she can only be hit by poison. Clef King, this is Lazy Boy. I'd say I feel bad. I do not. It's gonna take a minute. Oh yeah, they can heal. We do not, because healing is cheating. That's fine. The lazy boy could not be touched. The only reason why we had to swap out, we wouldn't have been able to hit Gardevoir because of Wonder Guard. We did it! We can finally surf. We're gonna look ahead to what we need for Blaine. We still have stuff to do before Blaine, but we may as well get a jump on what we're gonna have to deal with. So Blaine is a psychic gym, and he has psychic steel, psychic water, fire psychic, fighting psychic. He has not a single dark move, which means realistically, Lazy Boy sweeps, but I'm probably gonna do a different normal shed fusion for variety. So now that we know that Blaine is essentially free, we're gonna take our time exploring with Surf, etc., getting a bunch of Pokemon we don't have. And now I don't know what the new level cap is. I'll deal with that later, but I will update our badge count. It is incredibly satisfying for me to be able to flex on the enemy with Shed Ninja. Especially after all the bullshit these games will put you through. We need a flyer, and we need someone who can surf. So we'll bring in Dave. We need our Butterfree so we can catch Pokemon. And then we need one empty slot for the Eevee, aka Umbreon, because Umbreon is the favorite Pokemon of several of my friends. And I already told at least one of them I would be doing an Umbreon Shed Ninja Fusion. Compound Ice Sleep Powder. You love to see it. You can still technically miss, but most of the time you're not gonna miss. And that's good enough. Substitute. We don't need it. We get an Eevee hat. We're looking for an Eevee here. We're gonna pretty much want every single Eevee so we can do all the evolutions and figure out what I want to do with it. Let me see when they spawn. I don't want to be telling tall tales outside of class. It doesn't say when it spawns, so I'm gonna have to look it up in a different way. Okay, Eevee is only here in the morning and the afternoon. So instead of that, we'll go other places until it's morning. We already have a Lapras. Wild Charge, you love to see it. Magnet Stone, we can finally evolve our Magneton into a Magnezone. I don't like that they effectively nerfed Magneton and Nosepass by creating a new stone that was only available post-surf. But, you know, they clearly felt like they wanted to do it, and it do be that way. I'm gonna save because I need to unfuse a certain Pokemon, and I need to make sure the one part of it keeps Flash Fire. Okay. Let me double check natures. Not great. I don't care enough to spam it. We're gonna withdraw Magneton and we're gonna evolve him. And then we'll refuse it. Because it will be even higher BST. Some of these look really goofy. I think I want to keep one that has the polarities. That's what helps tell you that it's, you know, a magnet. We'll do this one. And then we'll fuse that with... Actually, no, let's check moves. And then we'll fuse it. We're not really missing anything. And the reason why we have a bunch of extra moves, like Shadow Ball, Veto Shock, Sucker Punch, etc., is because at some point, Magneton was fused with a Haunter, and we more or less inherited those moves. Same thing with Flamethrower Nasty Plot because of Ninetales. And I think that's really cool that you can fuse Pokemon to give them moves they normally wouldn't have access to, even after you were to unfuse them. That's one of the few nice things I can say about this game when it comes to gameplay. Okay, we want to go Magnezone. Oh, we need fusion items. Okay. Let's go back and get some super splicers. I'm in the wrong town. That doesn't help. For some reason, this area of Fuchsia lags. I probably need to download more Dedo-dated Wham. All right. Oh, I need, yeah, okay. All right, we want to fuse. And then we want to go... Ninetales. Steel Fire. Let's see what the new one looks like. I don't know. I kind of like that the top part looks like a fancy hat. The tails are interesting, I guess. In all honesty, I prefer the prior version. I don't like that we're losing Spadef, but we are getting special attack up. We're not bothering with Electro Ball. Flamethrower, Flash Cannon, Nasty Plot, and then probably E-Sense. If we need status, we could run T-Wave or Willow, and then run Hex, then run probably Flamethrower and Flash Cannon. Now that I think about it, actually, instead of E-Sense, because Blaine is a Psychic Gym, we'll run Shadow Ball. And we'll run that over Safeguard. If Blaine has a bunch of ground, we don't run this at all, because Steel Flying is quad weak to ground. Let's take a quick look at Blaine and see if that's true. Because I actually don't know. Not a single ground move. We're about to raid out. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good rest of your Sunday into Monday. And I'm sure I will catch you again later. Thank you for being here. And have a good, as good of a Monday morning as you can. Getting up early blows. W dumpies. And talk to you soon, my friend. Okay, so we know Blaine has nothing for Lazy Boy. Blaine has nothing that directly counters Magnetails, so we'll be using those two at a bare minimum. Magmorish has Dazzling, which blocks priority. We need to outright outspeed and one-shot, because Belly Drum, it'll cut its HP in half to max its attack stat. That is terrifying. We could, in theory, counter it with a Bruxish of our own if we could get a Bruxish with Dazzling. I want to see if Bruxish has Dazzling by default. Because if it's hidden ability bullshit... Okay, we can. So we will get a Bruxish specifically to counter their Bruxish. And we will probably make it be Psychic something, possibly Psychic Dark. We're immune to Psychic Fangs. Aqua Jet will hurt. Mach Punch is neutral. So the only thing it can meaningfully hit us with is Aqua Jet and Mach Punch. Wob Lord is a problem. Shadow Tag means it keeps who's ever in against it. It has Counter, which is a special move. Counter is physical retaliation. Mirror Coat. Oh, I know what we do. We run a dark special. Mirror Coat does not work on dark types. I wanted to run setup, but Clear Smog removes setup. So for Wob Lord, we run a dark special attacker. We cannot be countered with Mirror Coat. That's our answer to Wob Lord. Mr. Clang. It has nothing that can hit us. I am no longer worried about Belaine. We're going to look at some Palace Cats one last time, and then we're going to raid out. When we come back on Thursday, we'll do all the things that involve getting to, beating Blaine, whatever comes after. I don't know how much there is from that point to say Giovanni. If we're lucky, we'll be able to tackle Blaine and Giovanni on Thursday. Victory Road, Elite Four on Friday, and start playing a Toho game on Saturday. Abricos doing a silly, very adorable. I love her coat. I love the white socks. Cute little pink snoot. Rings of white around the eyes. They all have them. Spots and stripes on the face help break up their profile so they have an easier time hiding in the wild. Nagomu pogging the hell out. We're going to look at a picture of L. He's another Palace Cat who looks like either he's cracking up at a joke he was told or he just let loose the fattest dad joke. L lives at the Higashiyama Zoo with his wife Minya. They have 3 boys, Nobu, Yasu, and Hide. L is the brother to Az, the son of the late Bull and Polly. This was taken by Meow53. Big fan. He's such a silly boy. You can see the big old orange feet, the dark chest, the soft white floofy tum-tum, W Beans. They always have orange soles, and he looks like such a silly goober. We are going to raid into my friend Moon's Refuge. They are doing a tournament in Pokemon Champions with Shameless Refuge. I learned about Moon's Refuge from when I was watching It's Mikkel 167 stream. So let's send them some love. They are currently 9-3, and they have a lot of viewers. If you are a subscriber, you can copy paste the raid message. If not, spam emotes. Thank you, everyone who came in. Pet the Goat, Echoes of Light, Leafy Tree, everyone who came in with Jay's raid, the new followers that came along with them. Pizza Plays, thank you again for stopping by. I'm sorry if I missed anyone. I do hope you all have a good rest of your Sunday into Monday. We'll be back on Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern. More Pokemon Infinite Fusion. More Palace Cats. I'll have a new mic set up by then. Ideally, it won't sound like I'm talking into a blender. Be good. Make good choices. Stay safe. I'll continue to keep you all in my prayers. Let's send Moon's Refuge some love. I will see you around, friends. Thank you for being here, and take care.